खाना खा लेना आके।
Recording in progress.
Good evening, Acharya. My first question is, why is that we are not taught about basic cleanliness in our homes and in our schools? Observe that people over here, they put the dirt in the designated areas, but back home they throw everywhere. However, both are same. Both are Indians. Over there we have Indians, and here we are the same. So, why is that?
There is no, as far as I can see, there is no deep reason behind that. Thank you, please be seated. As you rightly said, the person is the same. And if the person is the same and has started behaving differently, then obviously the change is not coming from within, right? The person is the same, means the insights are the same. So it's a matter of the environment. And when it's the environment that functions upon you, words like understanding or light or realization do not hold much relevance. It's not as if Indians over here or the general population over here is internally cleaner or more illuminated, and that's why you find external cleanliness. It's about the rules, regulations, the fear, the greed, the enforcement, the execution, the penalties, the incentives, the disincentives, what you see around yourself and how it influences you. Which also means that if the person who is here happens to go back home, he probably might find his old habits returning over a matter of time, because the person was anyway the same. So it's a thing about the time, the place, the situation, and how the laws operate there and how the whole environment there is. Now, why is the environment different? Why is the general code of conduct different? Again, the reason has to do with not something that is subtle or internal or heartly, but with factors that are very economic and material. When you are hungry and dispossessed, then you first want to take care of the more mundane needs of life, right? Only after you have gained freedom from the fundamental material, physical concerns of life, that you start looking at the higher aspects. Not that cleanliness is a very high aspect of the business of living, but is still something that one does not primarily concern himself with if one is running on an empty stomach, right? Consider this. There aren't too many developed or rich countries in the world, we'll keep the word developed aside, rich countries in the world that you will find unclean. And there aren't too many poor countries in the world that you would find clean. So I see this not just as a coincidence, but actually as a causation. We do not want to take care of other things when the mind is battling things like having a roof over the head and something to put on the table for dinner, then you don't want to take care of these things. To take the argument further, even within India, you do have places, societies, gated communities, as clean as, probably as clean as anything you would find in the first world. No? You have places, small areas in Bangalore, Mumbai, Gurgaon. When you are there, and if you're not told, it would be difficult for you to figure out whether you are in a developing country or in a first world country. In all aspects of living and prosperity, that place would rival not just Dubai, but Europe, US, any place. It's got to do with money. It's got to do with whether you have gained freedom from the very basic needs of life, the one that are at the bottom of the pyramid in the Maslowian hierarchy. Getting it? Now one could go deeper into it and ask, well, why is it then that some places are richer and others are not? If cleanliness is a function of economic growth, not that economic growth is the one and only driver of cleanliness and public hygiene, but if there happens to be a great degree of causal relationship, then what is it that drives prosperity in the first place? That could be a question we could ask, and that question has several answers, because what drives prosperity in Bangalore is not what drives it in Dubai, and what drives it in Switzerland is not what drives it in California. And all of these places would count as prosperous, but the causal factors are all quite different. So our genes are not to be blamed for it. We keep saying, Indians, filthy, dirty people, that thing. No, it's not about that. It's not about that. It's just that, have you seen, when you are very hungry, when you're very, very hungry, famished, as they say, for whatever reason, happens, or you have deliberately kept yourself hungry. Let's say you have been fasting since 16, 20 or 30 hours. How you rampage on food when it comes to you, at least some of us, and you have not done it yourself, or you don't want to admit that you have done it yourself. Have you seen others do it? Yeah. It doesn't matter to you that you are spluttering it all over and what it's doing to your shirt and to your mouth, to your mustache, to your beard. Do you mind it? No. What happens to etiquette? What happens to hygiene? Out of the window, sir, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Seen how kids behave? Because that's their most urgent need. Seen how they eat? That's how we are. If you are hungry, then you do not care about other things in life. Because we are, first of all, emergents from the jungle. A large part of us is animalistic. This body, the entirety of it, we share with our animal friends. When you serve something to your cat or dog in a bowl, does it take care not to spill it all over? It doesn't. That's who we are. Take care of your stomach, and in the process, if you are creating mess all around, then there is no problem. Now, friends, allow me to come to that part of this question which has not been asked. When you said, where's a friend here? When you said you want to talk about cleanliness, what kind of cleanliness do you want to talk about? Just the cleanliness that is visible to the naked eye? Yeah, this is very clean, very clean, very clean. Or would you also want to talk about cleanliness that is not visible to the eye? Yes? Should we? Okay, all right then. Fine, there is dirt and squalor in the third world, specifically India. Yes, that's there. So when you say you are dirtying stuff, is it only about plastic? Is it only about general dirt and filth? Or is it also about something called emissions? Yeah? Not really, because places, if you see, it's very interesting. Places where you find a lot of material filth are typically not the places that generate a lot of filth by way of emissions. Please see. You go to a poor village, you'll find a lot of rubbish, garbage, but that place would have a very negligible carbon footprint. Am I right? And also consider that places that are very clean, spick and span, very clean, the global north and our global north, and will have a very high carbon footprint. Now we are confused. What do we call as clean? What do we call as clean? Yes? If you have general filth on the road, is that unclean? Or if you are living in a society, in a place, in a country, in a city that is generating horrible amounts of carbon emissions, is that relatively more unclean? Yeah? Which of these two kinds of dirts can be cleaned up more easily, I am asking. So your question stands appended. What do we call as clean and what do we call as unclean? We are creatures of these senses, you know. Jnanendriya. So just because I cannot see something lying here, I say, this is clean. Is it clean? Is it clean? Shubhankar in our team has gone bonkers looking at the size of vehicles here. And he's finding it very impressive. Huge vehicles. Do you look at the overall cost of that? And when one place generates emissions, they do not remain contained within the national boundaries, do they? The atmosphere is not a place that honors any kind of national restrictions, does it? You can have cheap fuel, you can have a zero or a minimum tax regime, and that will incentivize people to buy new models every 2 or 3 years. So the vehicles will not only look bigger, but also cleaner, in the sense that not a single dent on any vehicle, not even on taxis. With a microscope you can look for a scratch and you won't find it. That too looks like an aspect of cleanliness, doesn't it? But at what cost? What cost? The biggest threat facing this planet today is climate change. Take an example. When you talk of clean energy, you do not talk of energy that is not associated with household waste. When you talk of clean energy, you talk of energy that doesn't generate CO2 and other kinds of greenhouse gases. If that's the more accurate, subtle, and technologically agreeable definition of cleanliness, then tell me please, is the third world unclean or is the first world unclean? Tell me please. So which are the dirty countries of the world? No, I'm not standing here as an Indian nationalist, but very realistically I'm asking you, which are the dirtiest countries in the world? Going by the very definition of the word clean in the phrase clean energy, which are the dirtiest countries in the world? The entire global north, right? What do we do now? What happened to your question? We wanted to prove that Indians have something wrong in their DNA, and wherever they go they create filth and throw garbage and urinate on the roadside and spit everywhere and do this and do that. Yes, of course, we need not do that, and all of that is indeed dirty. But when it comes to cleanliness, there are much worse ways of dirtying the planet, dirtying it to the extent of suffocating it, actually absolutely killing it, not only for ourselves, but for the future generations, and future generations not only of Homo sapiens, but of all species on the planet. How dirty is that? How dirty is that? Yeah? Which means, and it's interesting to note that, cleanliness or the lack of it that comes from just external conditions is in either case unclean. If the lack of cleanliness, apparent cleanliness, is coming from poverty, yeah, then obviously there is lack of cleanliness, and you can see that. It's visible. It's right there in front of a road, it's there at the town square, it's everywhere. Hospitals, you go and somebody's been spitting on the walls, you can see all that, right? And then there is the developed world, where no one is spitting on the walls, and in fact, in places like Singapore, you are being actually effectively penalized if you are caught doing anything with public property, including roads. So there is apparent cleanliness there. You can call it superficial cleanliness, but then they are dirty in a much deeper sense. So then, is cleanliness something to be found anywhere? Is it to be found anywhere? Well, of course, the Indian subcontinent and the entire underdeveloped, developing world, nobody would call it clean. And neither do we need to. Let's accept the facts when they are visible to the naked eye. We can see, even when you go to watch the pristine hillsides, how we have dirtied them. That's visible. So we are not here to claim that India or the developing world is a clean place. No, not at all. But then if that is unclean, the developed world is dirtier, even more unclean. So where will then cleanliness come from? Where will then cleanliness come from? External factors are not favorable, so I created cleanliness of the gross kind. Matter lying strewn here and there, right? External factors are not favorable. I'm a poor country. So this and that is lying here, and public services are in an abysmal state, so visible. When I'm developed, then I clean this up so that dirt is not visible, but I create filth of a much more vicious nature, right? Right? Where is cleanliness then? Or is there no possibility at all? You see, that's what we began with. If it's coming from outside, it's not going to be clean. It's going to be unclean when it appears unclean, and it's going to be unclean when it appears clean. Irrespective of how it appears, it is going to be dirty. It appears unclean, it is obviously unclean. It appears clean, it is even more unclean. Whenever the behavior of a people or a society or a nation would be determined by just external material factors alone, there is no scope of real cleanliness. Real cleanliness is possible only from the heart of the human being. When you are clean within, then you will know how to relate to your environment, to your surroundings, to the road in front of your house, to all the public places, schools, hospitals, roads, shops, government institutions, buildings, airports, bus stations. You will know. But when you are not clean from here, and what is cleanliness? Over here, to be clean over here is to be free of that which is not really you, which is coming from the body or the society. That inner cleanliness is the goal of all wisdom literature and all spiritual pursuit. Right? Not really attainment of something otherworldly. Not really taking care of your next birth, or pleasing some metaphysical divine entity sitting on the skies. No, that's not what wisdom or spirituality are for. They are to attain an inner cleanliness. Inner cleanliness. And when that inner cleanliness is attained, something very beautiful happens. So beautiful it is not predictable. We do not know how the outsides would look then. But what's certain is that there would be no violence between the human being and his environment, his surroundings. Right? That violence is the fundamental characteristic of being unclean. Unclean. Right? I am not a factor, not an agent, not a force of cleanliness. If I enter this place and leave it worse when I go back. That's called being an agent of filth. I came here and the place was worse off when I left. Worse off in all ways possible. In my effect, not just on the way this stage looks, the podium looks, but also in my effect on the living beings sitting over here. Also my effect on the living beings that are present here, but we cannot see with our eyes because they might be outside the scope of these walls. Getting it? That's cleanliness. Not to be in a violent relationship with your environment. Not to be in a violent relationship with your environment. It's not just about not having visible dirt or plastic or stuff of that kind. No. You can have a very modern, state-of-the-art, extremely clean and hygienic slaughterhouse. Cleaner than a government hospital in North India. And if we show you pics of that hospital and that slaughterhouse, you would immediately say, oh, that one is cleaner. And we have not yet told you that one is a hospital and the other one is a slaughterhouse. The hospital would not look half as clean as the slaughterhouse. That's a stupid definition of cleanliness, no? Just to call something clean because it looks clean to the eyes. You have to look at the totality of what is happening there. It might look clean to the eyes, but something extremely violent is happening there, and which is made worse by the fact that it is not visible. It is not visible. That huge SUV is doing something to the environment that is not easily visible to the naked eye. How clean is that? How clean is that? And there might be a Khatara bus, right, in Rajasthan, MP, UP, somewhere, decrepit, ready to give up the ghost at any point. But it's carrying 80 passengers. The official capacity is 54. The fact is that the per capita emissions are negligible. Even if the engine is 1950s vintage, still because it is carrying 80 people, the per capita emissions are negligible. Right? And the huge SUV might actually be a very modern EV, very, very modern electric vehicle, and you might say, electric vehicle, no emissions. Sir, the entire charging is happening from fossil fuel power. Right? How do you call it clean? How do you call it clean? Yes. And the EV has technology of 2025, most modern technology. And that bus, UP Roadways, has 1955 technology. Tell me which one is cleaner? Which one is cleaner? This SUV is carrying one person. One person. One fat, pampered person who thinks he is entitled to do anything that he wants to do with the environment. Worse still, he has convinced himself that he is doing something that's environment friendly. This is an EV SUV. Tell me, immediately you would want to say that the man driving the EV is doing something that's cleaner. And what's happening in the other picture, where you have that old diesel guzzling bus that's doing something that's high environment. And you could have a pic of the exhaust as well, and dark fumes emerging from the exhaust of the bus would further convince you that something extremely dirty is happening here. But is the conclusion so obvious? Do we need to be so hasty in concluding? Or is the fact a little different? We must totally get rid of gross notions of cleanliness. cleanliness in 2025 must have only one meaning: carbon. Carbon. Oh, you look so clean. You look so clean. 4 times a day, you are taking the shower. No, that's a very dirty thing to do, sir or ma'am. Very dirty thing to do. Especially in a place where the annual rainfall is 10 centimeter. 10 centimeter of annual rainfall. A lot of reliance on desalinated water, and then you want to look so clean by consuming so much water? No. That's the dirtiest thing probably that you can do. And I don't know how it happens here, but in India people would take a pipe, a hose pipe, and wash their vehicles as well. And then the vehicle would start looking clean. No, that's a very dirty practice. A very dirty practice. So from the superficial definition of cleanliness, which is about cleanliness visible to the naked eye, we want to come to a less material definition of cleanliness, which relates to carbon emissions, but is still a material definition after all, because carbon dioxide is a material thing. And ultimately we are saying that real cleanliness, about being clean here, if we cannot fully grasp or immediately come to a point of cleanliness inside, let's at least shun the notions of outward cleanliness. Not that I'm advocating that outwardly we should be stinking and dirty and unseemly and shabby. No. I'm not advocating that. I'm just saying that if cleanliness is something so valuable, we better know what it really means. Just because something has a shiny skin, be it a human being or an SUV, that doesn't make it clean. Or does it? Just because a place has shiny roads, that doesn't make it clean. Or shiny buildings, that doesn't make it clean. If the entire world to be as clean as the United States of America, as clean as, oxymoron, we would need close to 8 planets like our own to sustain that level of cleanliness. We better remain outwardly a little unclean. That's probably acceptable. That's all right.
No, I was just wondering, like, people who are living like very slow life, even like in Bali or villages in India, they're able to be much more, like, they're cleaner naturally without trying.
They are living a slow life because they are not yet getting the opportunity to live the fast and dreamy life that probably you do or most of us do. So it's again circumstantial, environmental, random, coincidental. You're getting it? The man in that village who appears like living a slow life is not doing so out of choice. In fact, in his heart, he is continuously aspiring. Can I also somehow make it to Mumbai or Dubai? Just that he is not yet getting the chance. Or maybe he is not diligent enough, or smart enough, or skilled enough. See, as long as your behavior is uh, an output of your environment. There is no way any kind of behavior that you display can be counted as credit towards you. A gun to your temple and you are made to behave in a proper, honorable, decent, respectable way. Should I credit you for that? Should I? The moment the gun is gone, you will revert to only you know what. Getting it? It's not, it's virtuous. He is just deprived of opportunity. In fact, he might be as full of greed and ambition and aspiration and violence as anybody else. And given a chance, he might shortchange you in the worst way possible. I recall this one often. So there was this shopping mall I went to more than 10 years back, and a particular piece of furniture was to be bought. The Bodhsthal was being built then. So the shopkeeper selling the furniture, he tried to act smart and tried to dupe us, and there was some argument, and we ultimately got him around and got the right price. But it left a bitter taste in the mouth. Somebody you have just discovered was trying to fool you. That doesn't leave you with a happy mind. You are being tricked. And then we return to the parking lot, earning 20 rupees extra by acting smart and showing us the wrong kind of slip. And then there was somebody with me, and I said, how is this behavior fundamentally different from the behavior of the shopkeeper inside the mall? Here is this gatekeeper outside the mall, and how is his behavior fundamentally different from the behavior of the shopkeeper inside the mall? So it's not really necessary that if somebody is poor or slow, then that points at virtuosity. No way. But we have been somewhere taught to think like that. That there is a certain virtue in poverty. In India, we often refer to the poor as Daridra Narayana. Daridra means poor, and Narayan means God. Why? Give him a chance. Just give him a chance, and he'll show you what he's capable of. He too is running the same race, just that he's a laggard. It's not that he has willingly opted out of the race. He is in the same race, just that he is not able to run that race properly. That's why he's been left behind. Not that he has opted out. No, that's real cleanliness, to see that the race is dirty. To not to run the usual race. And that does not mean that you opt out of the race and do nothing. That means to walk a different path. That means to discover who you are and hence discover the path you must take. That's cleanliness. These days we are talking of debris, not only on the land, but also on the ocean floor. Who did that? The third world countries. Who did that? The third world countries. We are also talking of pollution in space. Thousands of material pieces are orbiting our planet now, just like satellites. Anything that's there in outer space would orbit the Earth, and they are orbiting. And they can cause any kind of accidents, and those accidents can prove fatal, given that we are having more and more manned space missions now. So there is a country that dirties the land, and then there are countries that are keeping the land and the surroundings nice to look at, but are dirtying the atmosphere, the ocean floor, and also outer space. We need to look at the whole thing in a more holistic way. What do we mean by cleanliness? Cleanliness is not something that comes by being poor. Cleanliness is also not something that comes by being rich. Cleanliness is an entirely different dimension. Sir, mic.
बिल्कुल नहीं है. बैठ के बात करें. मेरा नाम प्रभात त्यागी है और मैंने आईआईटी दिल्ली से ग्रेजुएशन किया हुआ है 2004 में. सो अगर मैं एक साल पहले जाता तो शायद आपसे मिलता 99 में वहाँ पे प्रशांत त्रिपाठी से. सो आचार्य जी, एक तो मेरा सवाल ये है कि जो आपने ये आईआईटी आईएम छोड़ने के बाद इस बात को चूज किया, वो काफी कठिन रहा होगा. तो आप अपनी वो प्रक्रिया थोड़ा बता सकते हैं हमें कि वो कैसे वो प्रोग्रेसिव हुआ, नंबर एक. नंबर दो, अभी हम लोग ग्लोबल वार्मिंग पे बात कर रहे हैं और आपने एक डर्टीनेस को उससे लिंक किया हुआ है यहाँ पे. तो अगर हम बात करें कि मानव समाज जो है, ये मानव 10,000 साल पहले जंगल से निकला है, तो वो पहला कदम ही कहीं ना कहीं इस तरफ था, ग्लोबल वार्मिंग की तरफ. तो क्या इंसान प्रगति ही ना करे, वहीं रह जाए जहां रुका हुआ है? और अगर वो प्रगति करे, और मैं अगर एक कंपनी की तरफ से सोचता हूं जब, तो मुझे कुछ ऐसे लोग चाहिए जो कि मोटिवेटेड हों एक बड़ी गाड़ी खरीदने के लिए, कुछ करने के लिए, कुछ जिंदगी में, मतलब जो डिफरेंट इस सुख जिसको हम आज के दिन परसीव कर रहे हैं उसको लेने के लिए. तो अगर वैसे लोग मुझे चाहिए तो वो अच्छे लोग जिनमें ऐसा मोटिवेशन है, अगर हम उस मोटिवेशन को खत्म करेंगे वहां पे, तो आप किस तरह से देखते हैं आगे आने वाले समाज को और इस दुनिया को आप किस तरह से समझते हैं? मतलब ये कैसे जाएगा? क्या हम एक सोशलिस्ट समाज की तरफ बढ़ रहे हैं, बढ़ना चाहते हैं, मतलब आपके पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से? और अगर नहीं बढ़ना चाहते हैं तो अगर कैपिटलिस्ट ही है और अगर सब एक साथ नहीं बदलेंगे तो जो इस तरफ जाएगा वो अपनी कॉम्पिटिटिवनेस लूज करेगा और शायद इस पूरी रेस में पीछे रह जाए. और मैं अब समझ रहे शायद मैं क्या कहना चाह रहा हूं. तो मेरे दो सवाल थे.
रेस में आप किसी वजह से घुसेंगे ना, या रेस में बस आप इसलिए हैं कि सब दौड़ पड़े तो हम भी दौड़ पड़े? मुझे तो अपने पैरों से दौड़ना है और मेरी ऊर्जा लगने वाली है और मेरा समय लगने वाला है और मेरी जिंदगी जानी है उसमें. तो मैं क्यों हूं उस रेस में? होगी रेस, ठीक है, पर मुझे तो अपनी जिंदगी देखनी है ना. मैं उसमें क्या कर रहा हूं? ये प्रश्न तो पूरी तरह व्यक्तिगत है ना. मैं उसमें क्या कर रहा हूं? मैं रेस में जाता हूं ये सोच करके. आपने एक शब्द का प्रयोग किया, सुख, और उसको आपने कहा कि बड़ी गाड़ी वगैरह. हाँ ठीक है, पर सुख और सुख में अंतर होता है. तो नागार्जुन है, आचार्य नागार्जुन, माध्यमिक बौद्ध दार्शनिक, बोलते हैं कि एक सुख होता है कि कहीं पर खुजली हो रही है तो उसे खुजला लिया। आपको जब होती है इच तो उसको आप खुजला लें, तो एक सुख वो होता है कि नहीं होता है? और जहां नहीं कर पाते किसी और को जाके बोलते हैं कैन यू स्क्रैच माई बैक, और बोलते हैं एक सुख ये होता है कि खुजली है ही नहीं। बोलो कौन सा चाहिए? कौन सा चाहिए? और ये भी जो बात है ये 2000 साल पहले की तो नहीं है, जो एग्रीकल्चरल मूवमेंट हुआ था होमोसेपियंस का, उतनी पुरानी नहीं है। पर ये वाली भी जो बात है ये 2000 साल पुरानी है। मैंने 2000 साल पहले भी जिनको समझ में आना था उनको समझ में आ रहा था कि सुख तो हम सबको चाहिए, पर कौन सा? और नागार्जुन से भी पहले प्रमुख उपनिषद थे, उनमें से एक प्रमुख उपनिषद मालूम है क्या बोल के गया? यो वै भूमा तत्सुखम नाल्पे सुखम अस्ति। बोले छोटी चीज में सुख है ही नहीं। सुख का नकार या निषेध नहीं करा, कहा कि भूमा, भूमा माने विशाल अनंत। बोले सुख तो अनंतता में ही मिलेगा। ये छोटी छोटी जो क्षुद्रताएं हैं, पेटीनेस, टुच्चाई, किसमें लगता है कि सुख है नहीं, है भी सुख तो बहुत निचले स्तर का सुख है। तो सुख और सुख में अंतर होता है भाई। सुख तो सबको चाहिए, पर समझदार लोग बहुत पहले बोल गए नाल पे सुखम। छोटी चीज में जो सुख ढूंढ रहे हो वो ऐसे ही है कि खुजली कर ली तो लगा कि सुख मिल गया, हाँ थोड़ा सा और खुजा दो। उससे क्या होगा? उससे ये होगा कि और खुजाएगा तो खून आ जाएगा, खून आ जाता है। बेहतर क्या है? उस खुजली को ही मिटा दो ना। हाँ, तो उसको ही फिर अध्यात्म या आत्मज्ञान कहते हैं कि देखना कि ये खुजली चीज क्या है। सुख की तलाश में तो जानवर भी रहते हैं सारे। इंसान की समस्या ये कि वो जानवरों से भिन्न है थोड़ा। जानवर जिस सुख में संतुष्ट हो जाते हैं आप हो ही नहीं पाओगे। और ये कोई ज्ञान की बात नहीं है, ये कोई नैतिकता की बात नहीं है, ये किसी का दिया उपदेश नहीं है, ये किसी का बनाया नियम नहीं है कि छोटे सुख में संतुष्ट मत हो जाना, कि बाबा जी ने प्रवचन झाड़ा है तो अब हमें छोटी चीज में संतुष्ट नहीं होना है। बाबा जी हो कि ना हो, किसी ने ज्ञान झाड़ा हो या ना झाड़ा हो, ये आपकी बात है, आपके दिल के, आपके स्वभाव की बात है कि छोटी चीज में आप संतुष्ट नहीं हो पाओगे तो नहीं हो पाओगे। आप अपने साथ जबरदस्ती भी कर लो तो भी नहीं हो पाओगे। और जब आदमी अपने साथ जबरदस्ती कर करके थक जाता है ना, तो फिर वो अपने साथ पाखंड करता है। वो अपने आप को जताता है कि मैंने इतना ये सब छोटा छोटा सब इकट्ठा कर लिया है तो मैं शायद सुखी होऊंगा ही, सो लेट मी बिहेव एज इफ आई एम हैप्पी। ये पाखंड है, हिपोक्रेसी, इंटरनल आत्म प्रवंचना। हम खुद को ही मूर्ख बना रहे हैं। हम कहते हैं देखो मुझे बताया गया था कि ये सब चीजें मिल जाएंगी, एसयूवी कहा, ये मिल जाएगा, ये मिल जाएगा तो तुम सुखी हो जाओगे। अब उसमें से काफी कुछ तो मुझे मिल गया है, सब कुछ नहीं पर उसमें से ये सब मिल गया है। So now after this I am entitled to be and supposed to be happy. How dare I not be happy? खुद पे ही खुन दिखा रही है। अब इतना मिल गया, चल खुश होके दिखा, चल जमूरे नाच। तो खुद ही बत्ती सी दिखा रहे जगह जगह जा करके कि मैं तो खुश हूं। क्यों? क्योंकि मतलब इतना कुछ है तो खुश तो होना चाहिए ना मतलब। और फिर किसी से बहुत ऐसे ही एकदम संशय में पूछ भी रहे हैं, नहीं मतलब मैं खुश हूं ना, मतलब आई एम रियली हैप्पी, एम आई नॉट? कभी कभी तो कोई आके बोल रहा है, सन यू आर हैप्पी, और आप कह रहे हैं ओ वाओ आई एम हैप्पी, यस आई एम हैप्पी। फाइनली somebody certified, ascertained that I am happy. What kind of happiness is this? जहां आपको खुद ही नहीं पता कि चल क्या रहा है, जहां आपको अपने आप को जबरदस्ती साबित और घोषित करना पड़ता है कि मैं प्रसन्न हूं। तो ये इसको हम ये नहीं कह रहे खुशी नहीं है, हालांकि जानने वालों ने ये तक कह दिया है कि खुशी नहीं है। झूठे सुख को सुख कहे मानत है मनमोद, जगत चबैना काल का कुछ मुंह में कुछ गोद। तो जिनको दो टूक बात करनी थी उन्होंने तो सीधा ही कह दिया कि ये तुम्हारा सुख है ही नहीं सुख, ये झूठा सुख है, एकदम झूठा सुख है। तुम जबरदस्ती अपने आप को बस जता रहे हो कि तुम खुशी हो, तुम अपने आप को जता रहे हो, अपने आप को कन्विंस कर रहे हो कि तुम खुश हो, तुम हो नहीं। हम उतनी सख्ती नहीं कर रहे, हम मान रहे हैं कि वो जो खुशी है एसयूवी वाली वो भी खुशी है। मान लिया, बात क्या, बच्चे की जान लेंगे क्या? तो चलो मान लिया, ठीक है कि वो वाली भी है, उसमें कुछ खुशी है। पर वो जो खुशी है ना, वो उन चीजों में उतने से आपका पेट भरेगा नहीं, है कि नहीं है? कोई चीज तभी याद रहती है जब उस पर कोई खतरा रहता है, कोई चीज तभी याद रहती है जब वो अल्पता में होती है, सीमित होती है, कोई चीज तभी याद रहती है जब अभी उस चीज की कोई प्रासंगिकता, कोई वजूद, कोई रेलेवेंस होती है। जब बहुत बहुत पैसा हो जाता है तो आप कहाँ याद रखते हो? आप में से कितने लोग याद रख रहे हो कि इस हॉल में कितनी हवा है, जबकि बहुत जरूरी चीज है ना, पर इतनी सारी है कि फर्क नहीं पड़ता। आप कह रहे हो या खतरा लग रहा है, इतने सारे लोग हैं, सारा ऑक्सीजन ये पी गए तो ऐसा लग रहा है क्या? तो खुशी हमें उतनी चाहिए कि हम भूल जाएं कि हम खुश हैं भी कि नहीं है। खुश सिर्फ वो आदमी है जिसको अब खुश रहने की परवाह नहीं, जो खुशी वगैरह को दांव पे लगा सकता है, जो खुलेआम बोल सकता है नहीं चाहिए खुशी, सिर्फ उसको ही खुश मानिएगा। जिसको अभी अपनी खुशी पर नजर रखनी है, जिसको अभी अपनी खुशी पर पहरा देना है, वो खुश नहीं है। उसके पास कोई बहुत छोटी चीज है जिसको अभी बचाना जरूरी है उसके लिए। खुशी उतनी होनी चाहिए जितनी कि जहां चारों तरफ हवा है, कि फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता या पूरा भर जाए सब, यहाँ पर अभी और लोग आ जाएं, ये हो जाए, यहाँ पे पूरा सब खड़े हो जाए, तो भी आपको जरा भी खतरा लगेगा कि सारी ऑक्सीजन ये चुरा ले गए, फिर मेरा क्या? ऐसा लगेगा क्या? तो आप मेरे लिए बहुत है, बहुत है हमारे लिए। तो असली खुशी तब है जब आप बांट सको, बिना ये सोचे कि मेरी कम हो जाएगी, मुझे अपने लिए चाहिए ही नहीं, को खुशी चाहिए ही नहीं, सिर्फ वो खुश है। बात आ रही है समझ में? दार्शनिकों ने कहा है कि दुनिया में जो सबसे विक्षिप्त तलाश है वो है खुशी की तलाश। जो सबसे फ्यूटाइल परस्यूट है वो है द परस्यूट ऑफ हैप्पीनेस। उसकी जगह मांगो अर्थ, सुख नहीं अर्थ मांगो, मीनिंग, पर्पस। और उस पर्पस में, उस अर्थ में, उस उद्देश्य में इतने खो जाओ, इतने लीन हो जाओ कि ना सुख की परवाह बचे ना दुख की। The lower order of being hankers after happiness. उससे ऊपर आता है पर्पस एंड मीनिंग। एक सबसे ऊपर भी आता है, उसकी बात नहीं करेंगे क्योंकि आपको सुनना ही नहीं है। ठीक है, मुझे सुनाना था इसलिए मैंने कहा चलो। होता है परस्यूट ऑफ ट्रुथ, पर उसकी बात इसलिए नहीं करेंगे क्योंकि ट्रुथ ऐसी चीज है नहीं जिसको परस्यू करा जा सके, जिसको परस्यू करा जा सके। तो इसलिए उसकी बात करने से बहुत फायदा होता नहीं है। उसकी जगह कहीं बेहतर है उसको खोजो जो जीवन को अर्थपूर्ण बना दे। और अर्थपूर्ण जीवन को कैसे बनाया जाता है? ये देख के कि जीवन निरर्थक कहाँ जा रहा है, नकारने की भाषा में वही वेदांत है, नेति नेति। कहाँ जीवन नहीं लगाना है। अब यहां पर हम घूम के उसी भीड़ पर वापस आ गए। भीड़ में जीवन नहीं लगाना है, भीड़ में निरर्थकता है, उस निरर्थकता से बचना ही सार्थकता है। द परस्यूट ऑफ मीनिंग, मीनिंग, एम आई लिविंग अ मीनिंगफुल लाइफ? और जिसकी जिंदगी में मीनिंग आ गई वो हैप्पीनेस की परवाह बिल्कुल बंद कर देगा। कोई अभी अगर हैप्पीनेस का रोना रो रहा है तो इसका मतलब उसके जीवन का कोई अर्थ नहीं है, बस यूं ही जी रहा है। ऐसे ही हवा चली जैसे, बादल आया जैसे। कैसे बादल आया था? यूं ही, मीनिंगलेसली। कैसे बादल चला गया? यूं ही, अर्थहीन होकर। न आने में कोई अर्थ, न जाने में कोई अर्थ, सब व्यर्थ, सब निरर्थ। और बादल की निरर्थकता में कोई समस्या नहीं है, क्योंकि बादल दुख का अनुभव नहीं करता। कम से कम हमें तो नहीं ऐसा प्रतीत होता कि बादल दुखी है। पर हम में और पशुओं में अंतर है, तो हम में और बादल में तो अंतर होगा ही होगा ना। मनुष्य को अर्थ चाहिए, पशु को भी अर्थ नहीं चाहिए। बादल तो छोड़ दो, बहुत दूर की बात है। पशु को भी कोई अर्थ नहीं चाहिए। कुत्ता, गाय, बैल, बकरी, इन्हें कोई अर्थ नहीं चाहिए। इन्हें क्या चाहिए? इन्हें निचले तल की हैप्पीनेस चाहिए। क्या? खाना मिल जाए, कोई डंडा मारने वाला ना हो, बहुत बारिश ना हो रही हो, बहुत गर्मी ना हो रही हो, मीटिंग का समय है तो कोई साथी मिल जाए, ये इनके लिए। इससे आगे इन्हें कुछ नहीं चाहिए। किसी ने बांध के न रखा हो, दौड़ भाग करने को, कूदने फांदने को जगह मिल जाए, यही है बस। अर्थ नहीं चाहिए उन्हें। मनुष्य अकेला है जो बंधन का अनुभव करता है, तो इसलिए मनुष्य को अर्थ चाहिए। जीव किसी आंतरिक बंधन का अनुभव नहीं करता। पशु, उसको बंधन बुरा भी लगता है तो कौन सा? बाहरी। उसके गले में पट्टा डाल दो तो हो सकता है उसे बुरा लगे, और गले में पट्टा डलवाना भी वो कई बार खुद ही स्वीकार कर लेता है, अगर गले में पट्टा डालने के फलस्वरूप उसको रोटी पानी मिल रहा है तो। मैंने कुत्तों को देखा है, वो अपना पट्टा अपने मुंह में लेके आते हैं मालिक के पास, घुमाने ले चलो। वो खुद ही आएगा शाम के समय पे, एकदम आएगा और आपके ऊपर चढ़ेगा, और मुंह में उसने क्या पकड़ रखा होगा? अपना पट्टा। वो खुद ही आएगा, मुंह में लेके आएगा। अरे भाई तुझे घूमने चलना है तो आजाद हो क्या ना, ऐसे ही बोलते चलते हैं दोनों। पर बोल रहा हम तो चलेंगे, इसमें मुझे बांध के ले चलो। उसकी जिंदगी में किसी प्रकार की भीतरी आजादी की कोई चाह, कोई प्रेम है नहीं। मनुष्य ऐसा नहीं है, हम बहुत अलग है, हमें समझना पड़ेगा। हम बड़े अजीब और बड़े उद्दंड और एक तरीके से कहिए तो बड़े बदतमीज लोग होते हैं। अस्तित्वगत रूप से हम बदतमीज हैं। बदतमीज से मेरा आशय उच्छृंखल, कि माने हम किसी रस्सी, बेड़ी, जंजीर भीतरी तौर पर स्वीकार नहीं कर सकते, और करवाओगे तो हम बुरा मानेंगे। भले ही मजबूरी में मान लें, पर जिंदगी बुझी बुझी रहेगी। तो अर्थ माने फिर क्या हुआ? अगर हम कह रहे हैं परस्यूट ऑफ हैप्पीनेस से ऊपर है परस्यूट ऑफ मीनिंग, तो अर्थ माने क्या हुआ? अर्थ माने हुआ कि परस्यूट ऑफ मीनिंग की एक ही मीनिंग होती है, परस्यूट ऑफ फ्रीडम। क्योंकि एक ही चीज है भीतर जो हमें अच्छी नहीं लगती, क्या? बंधन। बंधन। तो जिंदगी मिली है वो काम करने के लिए जिससे भीतरी बंधन टूटे। जिंदगी किसी भीड़ में, रेस में दौड़ने के लिए नहीं मिली है। रेस में दौड़ने वाले हमें लगता है मेहनत कर रहे हैं, पर सच पूछिए तो वो मौज कर रहे हैं। उन्होंने सस्ता तरीका चुना है, उन्होंने वो तरीका चुना है जिसमें बहुत कम काम करना पड़े। सब चल रहे हैं, हम भी चल रहे हैं। उनको अगर थकान होती भी तो बस शरीर की होती है। असली दम लगता है भीतरी लड़ाई लड़ने में। भीड़ के साथ चलने में तो एक बात है कि सब एक गति से दौड़ रहे हैं, तो साहब आप भी उतनी गति से दौड़िए, कीप पेस। उसे मेहनत लगती है, उससे कहीं ज्यादा मेहनत लगती है अकेले चलने में। निरर्थक काम करने में तो मेहनत लगती है, उससे कहीं ज्यादा मेहनत लगती है सार्थक काम करने में। तो ये जो हमने छवियां, इंप्रेशंस बना रखे हैं ना, कि ऑप्टिंग आउट ऑफ द रेस मीन्स लीडिंग अ स्लो एंड रिलैक्स्ड लाइफ, कृपया बाज आएं, ऐसी कोई बात नहीं होती है। जिन्हें थोड़ा आराम तलबी करनी हो वो रेस में ही चल लें, क्योंकि रेस में तो सब लगे हुए हैं ना, और रेस में जब सब लगे होते हैं तो वो रेस की गति तो जो एवरेज औसत मीडियोकर आदमी है वो तय करता है। अगर 100 लोग जा रहे हैं एक साथ कहीं, तो 100 के 100 लोगों की गति कौन तय करेगा? वो जो सबसे सुस्त और सबसे धीमा आदमी होगा। थोड़ा बहुत बाकी लोग उसको खींचेंगे, पर वो अब नहीं खींच रहा, तो बाकी भी फिर उसी के हिसाब से कहते हैं भाई देखो अगर ये इतना चल के भी ठीक है तो हम इससे थोड़ा ज्यादा तेज चल लेते हैं तो रेस में हम ही आगे हो जाएंगे। लेकिन जब आप अकेले होते हो ना, तो आपको सिर्फ अपने आप को जवाब देना होता है, मुंह दिखाना होता है। इट्स यू वर्सेस योरसेल्फ, कोई और नहीं है रेस में। मैं हूं और मेरी सच्चाई है, और मुझे खुद को ही जवाब देना है कि मैं एक सार्थक जीवन जी रहा हूं कि नहीं जी रहा हूं। मैं रेस में नहीं हूं। कोई बॉस नहीं है जो मुझे सुबह उठा के कहेगा कि इतने बजे ऑफिस में आ जाओ। कोई नहीं है जो मेरा अप्रेजल करेगा, जो मुझे बताएगा कि मैंने काम ठीक किया कि नहीं किया। मुझे खुद अपने आप से पूछना है कि मैंने जो किया उसमें ईमानदारी कितनी थी, क्या मैं और नहीं कर सकता था। कितना प्यार है मुझे अपनी जिंदगी से कि मैं अपना समय बिता रहा हूं और आजादी के निकट नहीं पहुंच पा रहा हूं। ये मुझे अपने आप से पूछना पड़ेगा। वो असली मेहनत का काम होता है। बात समझ रहे हैं? जो भी सवाल हो ना, उनको बिल्कुल फर्स्ट प्रिंसिपल्स से शुरू किया करिए, तो जवाब बहुत आसानी से मिल जाएगा। अगर आप यहां से शुरू करेंगे कि लोग हैं मेरे पास और मैं चाहता हूं कि वो काम में मोटिवेटेड रहें, और मोटिव तो तभी आएगा जब वो हैप्पी होना चाहेंगे, और हैप्पी होने के लिए उनके पास मटेरियल एस्पिरेशंस होनी चाहिए। तो आपने अपना पूरा एनालिसिस शुरू ही एक इन बिटवीन पॉइंट से करा है। बिल्कुल जो फंडामेंटल प्रिंसिपल्स है वहां से शुरू करें, तभी कोई सार्थक उत्तर मिलेगा। माइक 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 रशोद द माइक। हाथ में दे दो माइक तो ऑन होता रहेगा।
Namaskar, Acharya ji, and we are very, very grateful you're here. We're just very grateful that you're here. Thank you very much for your presence. My question is more of a conflict, and I'm in a constant conflict, and some parts of it I have got the answer from your previous answers. What is the thin line between being polite and kind, or what you say, sugar-coated or politically correct, versus blatantly truthful, which can also be a kind of compassion when you witness your loved ones or close ones constantly being in a victim state and putting it onto others, and more circumstantial when you know that it's more perceptional and self-induced. But when you are trying to convey that, then you are the one who's being given statements like that the way you are, दुनिया में कोई भी नहीं रह जाएगा जो आपको पसंद करेगा, आप फिर तो ऐसे सारे ही छूट जाएंगे, सबकी अपनी जर्नी है, यू कैन नॉट पिन पॉइंट, आप अपनी तरफ ध्यान दो, आपको क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है. So it's been a constant conflict that where is that thin line. I think I manifested you here. So I did.
Thin line for whom? It depends on who you are. It depends on what you are choosing to be. Huh? Politically correct, you said in the beginning. See, in your daily life, in your relationships, you can choose to be the politician or the preceptor. The politician has a purpose and ambition, right? The politician wants to become something and stay there. and therefore he will have to compromise with the truth. We are talking of the relationships that we have, right? We are not talking of politicians of the kind that we have in assemblies and parliaments, because that's not the question here. So if you are acting politically correct, you must know that you have a personal stake somewhere. No politician can ever speak truth absolute to his audience. He'll have to dilute the truth. He'll have to compromise there. Because there is something that he wants in return from the audience, right? He cannot afford to antagonize the audience. And if the audience is not ready to take the truth, the politician will not come up with the truth, even if he has it, assuming he has it. That's the politician. And you can be the politician in your relationships. I want something from you, so I'm not going to run the risk of truth. I want something from you, so I'll bring to you what you desire, and not what you need. I need something from you, so I'll bring that to you which pleases, not that which elevates. I'll bring something pleasing to you rather than something elevating. That's the politician in relationships. And then there is the preceptor in relationships. Preceptor is teacher.
Yeah.
I could have said teacher, just to make P and P sound cute. I did this. I don't need to do this. Fine, the teacher. Or you could be the teacher in relationships. But that sounds so uncool. The teacher in relationships. What else do I say? Teacher, preceptor, sage, real friend. Friend is fine. Friend is fine. Or you could be the friend. The friend does not have anything at stake. The first commitment of this one, the sagely friend, is towards the truth rather than the person he or she is related to. So this one is not going to compromise. Not going to compromise. Now, in the short run, it would appear as if the politician does better. The relationships of the politician would appear to be better in the short run. And most of us are concerned only with the short term. So there, the politician looks like prevailing, and that's why most of us prefer to be politicians in our relationships. But in the long term, it's the preceptor that wins. The politician seems to care too much about the other, the one he is related to. So he says, I don't want to hurt your feelings. I want to be polite. I don't want to be too straight in your face, too rude. I'll say things in a way that don't displease you. In fact, I'll not say the right thing at all. I'll keep you enclosed in the kind of illusions that you prefer. So in the short term, this seems to work. In the long term, it's the way of the teacher, the friend, the preceptor, or the prophet that seems to work. It depends on you, how much love you have. If you don't have enough love, then you will choose to be a politician in a relationship. But if you have love enough, you will choose to be the prophet in a relationship. It depends on how much love you have. Love not really for this one, the one you are related to. Love for that. Love for this. If you don't have love for the first thing or the first one, how can you have love for all the others you are related to? In fact, if you want to judge the person you are related to, that's the way to judge. Don't see whether that person loves you. See whether that person loves the truth. Never ask, you love me. See whether the person loves the truth. If the person loves the truth, everything is fine. You don't need to ask, are you in love? Do you love me? Or do you like me? All these are needless questions. The only question to be asked is, do you love the truth? Truth, the first thing, the first one. If that is loved, all will be in place. And if that first thing itself is missing, then you might keep professing love or commitment or loyalty or whatever. The fact is that your relationship will remain self-serving and violent. Are you getting it?
जी.
Huh? Sure. Give the mic, please. Yes.
नमस्ते. मैं बहुत आपको नहीं सुनी हूँ, न्यू हूँ, so sorry for my ignorance if at all. I overheard everybody here. सब आपको बहुत पसंद करते हैं, बहुत इज्जत देते हैं. Likewise, I'm here with my husband as well. He's been following you for a very long time, and he made sure that I am here to attend this. We had to change a lot of our schedules for me to be here, and I'm very grateful to be here. Nice to see you today. As she was just talking about relationships and being in conflict within yourself of what is right and what is wrong. So usually when I talk these days, I feel there's nothing right or wrong. It's a perception of an individual, how he or she sees a given situation. I have had a tough journey in my life where I have done a lot of right in my perception, received a lot of wrong in my perception. So today where I stand, looking back, I really feel जो हमारे मम्मी पापा हमें सिखाते थे या स्कूल सिखाता था मॉरल साइंस लेसन या हमें सिखाया जाता था कि आप अच्छा करोगे आपके साथ अच्छा होगा. I don't think it really works.
It doesn't.
I'm at a stage where I really doubt this does not work. So today I feel that, as you mentioned the word purpose, everybody's purpose is different. I have heard the word journey is different. Their pace is different. So in relationships, there are two people. It can be mother, father, it can be brother, sister, it can be husband, wife, it can be anyone. There are two people walking at their own pace. One thinks differently, the other one thinks differently. How do you come at a common standpoint without saying right or wrong, without looking at the other person in a manner that he or she is any less or more, and treating the other person equal, fulfilling each other, as we call it, filling each other's bucket, and living a purposeful life and getting along. In a mediocre level, we all cannot be you, for example, right? We all can be behind you maybe, and that's why we are here and you're there. How do we live a life which is just fine, that is my question to you. Thank you.
Why be related to anybody at all?
Because we are social people.
No, that means nothing. What do you mean by we are social people? Get to the root of this. Why to be related to anybody? Why?
Because we are, in one way or the other, we live under the same roof, we live with...
Why do you live under the same roof? That's the question.
Because we are born together maybe as siblings, or we are... That's
even
how
if
we
you
have
are
been.
born together as siblings, and you
just-
do take your separate routes, I mean, why should one be related at all? See, typically, when we are in this domain, we are either talking of parent-child relationship or one's relationship with the spouse. Why is one related at all? Here is the human being, right? All questions are from the human being. All suffering belongs to the human being. All purpose, all direction, all journeys, they are relevant only to the human being, the individual. Why must the individual relate to the other?
For companionship.
What does it mean by that? Who is the individual? And what in the individual relates to the other? About? I'm talking about the individual. Here am I, right? Here am I. Why must I, or why do I relate to somebody? Because I am? Because I am looking for fulfillment. So the question of relationship must start with the question of identity, right? Who am I? Who am I? And that will tell me why I relate to the other, right? Right? I don't, for example, right now I'm relating to all of us here. I'm relating to you. I'm not relating so much to the walls and the electronic equipment and other things, the vehicles parked outside. I'm not even thinking of my friend standing here behind me, right? I'm relating to you for a purpose, correct? When we relate to each other, what is the purpose? Because we are creatures of purpose. Why do we relate to each other? You're born alone, right? And there is a biological relationship one has with the mother, and that relationship too severs after a while. Why do I relate to somebody? What within me makes me relate to somebody? Yeah, but do I know that I need growth? Do I understand where I stand? Do I know where I stand, and therefore do I know what the meaning of that growth is?
I think this is need. The word is need.
So we are born unfulfilled, aren't we? We are born unfulfilled. Unfulfilled. And that lack of fulfillment is an experience. We experience that we are unfulfilled. It's a very vague kind of thing. As vague as the responses we get when we ask why do we relate. These are vague responses. We relate, oh, there's something. There's no clarity there. But there's an experience there. There is a clear experience that one cannot invalidate. We do experience a certain hollowness, a lack of wholeness within. Something is amiss. Something is not right. That's the very definition of the human being. And I'm calling it definitive because that's something that we don't acquire. We are born with it. We might amplify it later, but that's not called acquisition. That's amplification. We are born with this experience that something is not all right with me. We experience it, but do we understand it? Because experiencing is not the same thing as understanding. You might experience you are having palpitations, but do you understand what's happening? Do we understand? No. So there is a restlessness within, emptiness within, loneliness within. But we don't understand what it is. But it's so very a thing of experience that we cannot deny it. And because we are experiencing it, it makes us do things. Just as when you have a severe headache, you might not know where it's coming from, what its origin is. But it will make you do things, and it can make you do very, very insane things. Stuff that is experienced but not understood can make us do insane things, right? Just like when you are hurt in your little toe, have you seen what you do? You are walking and you get hurt, and there's something here, the leg of a table, and what do? You scream and you run for a while sometimes, and then you hop around holding this in your hand. That's what experience is making you do, and none of that amounts to any understanding of what is happening. Right? Right? Somebody comes and puts something on your shoulder from behind you, and you start running. Now, running will not help the situation, but you start running. Because you are experiencing, and the experience is so overwhelming, so overpowering, that it makes you suspend your realization, your faculties even more. That's what loneliness, emptiness, that void within makes us do. We don't understand it. Relationship is our way of filling up that void. Something is amiss. Can I get someone in my life to fill up that void? To fill up that void. It's the Brihadaranyaka Upanishad. Yakeval is speaking to Maitreyi. Oh Maitreyi, know that the wife relates to the husband not for the sake of the husband, but for the sake of the self. All relationships, the wise ones have told us, are for our own sake. What's worse is that we do not know where our sake lies. We experience, but we do not understand. So we do not know where our real self-interests lie. So what do? We do anything in random. When you do not know what you must do, you sometimes start doing, you often start doing what everybody else is doing. That includes relating as well. And it's so prevalent that we don't even feel like asking, why the hell am I doing this? Sometimes the body becomes overpowering, the physical needs, and sometimes the society overwhelms you. And then you start relating and doing things like staying under one roof and sleeping on the same bed. Without ever asking yourself, why the hell am I doing this? Not that we want to denounce that or condemn that. We just want to understand that. And that behavior arising out of an experience of hollowness, without any understanding of hollowness, that same behavior is reflected in our relationships with the entire universe. Why do you need one more pair of shoes? That too is a relationship. Why do you watch that particular comedy show? That too is a relationship. Why do you espouse that particular ideology? Why do you vote for that party? That too is a relationship. We do not understand. But we operate on the basis of a vague feeling. I have a vague feeling, and that feeling is making me run. That feeling is making me run. That's our nemesis. Are you getting it? Why must I relate to the other? And then there are those, like the gentleman Rishi I quoted, Yagyavalkya, they too relate. He was a married sage. They too relate. But they do not relate from the point of their inner void. They relate because they are already fulfilled. And because they are already fulfilled, so now they can operate in one of two ways. One, they can play around. I don't have anything to gain. I can just run around. Do you two want to run with me? Let's have fun. We won't gain anything from this. I'm not here to own your body or your emotions or your loyalty. The two of us are together just to have some fun. So that's one way in which nothing is expected from the other because you are already complete in an inner way. And the other way is that of sharing, giving. I'm all right. And I relate with you to share something that I have because I see that you are much the same being as I am. In terms of potential, there is no difference between you and me. So I relate to you. To share. Share not so that you can give me something, but because it becomes your nature to share. You have it, so you're sharing it. These are the only two healthy ways of relating to the other. Only two healthy ways. And in both of these ways, there is the nishkamta that Bhagavad Gita talks of. A lack of self-interest. We are together. Why? Well, we never thought of that. And that's beautiful. That's beautiful. We never thought of that because there is no self-interest involved here. It's just good fun being with this person. We are not here to bind each other and cage each other. We are just with each other. That justness, that's one of the most beautiful things in relationship. Justness. And the other thing is when you are there to radiate, to distribute, to share, to uplift, to help. But the normal kind of relationship belongs to neither of these types. The normal relationship is transactional. I am with you because I think there are certain things I can get from you, and there are certain things I can trade with you. So in my perception, you use the word perception many times. So in my perception, I think that's a fair deal. I'm expecting certain things from you. You keep your side of the deal. And in return, these are the things that I'll provide you. That's my side. And I think that puts us as equals. No, that's not something that he might be expecting. The fact is, in a relationship, what we expect from the other can never materialize. Because somebody said we have a God-sized hole in our heart. The size of hole in the heart, enormous. And the other one, irrespective of who the other one is, as a human being, the other one is too small, too petty to fill up that vacancy. He'll never suffice. He will never succeed. And when he'll not succeed, then you'll be angry and disillusioned and disappointed and violent. Because that's always the hidden expectation. This fellow will enter my life and make it blossom. Nobody can make your life blossom. Only your own understanding can help you. The other fellow could not make his own life blossom. How will he help you? I often say the operator in relationships is not plus, but multiplication. Not addition, but multiplication. We experience an incompleteness. The other one is incomplete as well. So we presume that half plus half will become 1. We do not understand that the operator is multiplicative. So it actually becomes half multiplied by half, equaling 1/4. You are worse off after the relationship. What you expect from the other can never materialize because you are expecting the impossible. What you want from the other is something only you can deliver to yourself. Only you can deliver that to yourself. The other is in no position. But the other bears the brunt of our expectations. And often when we strike a relationship, we do not even take the other's consent. Do we actually list down all that we expect from the other and get his signature? No. The fact is, if you were to honestly list down what you are secretly desiring from the other, the relationship would be aborted right in the beginning. The fellow will say, this is what you are planning, you evil one. Outwardly you are saying, no, 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 the two of us, we will do great things to each other. But inwardly, there is a subconscious plan being hatched. And when the plan is foiled, then there is anger. That's what happens. And both the parties are victims. If you play the victim, you are not wrong. You are just telling half the story. The fact is, both of you are both victims and victimizers. Because both of you are equally ignorant beings. How can, I'm asking you please, how can anything that starts with lack of clarity be good or auspicious for you? It does not just start from a point of lack of clarity. All its duration, it runs its course in ignorance and vagueness. How can it bring goodness to anybody? Be it a father-son relationship, a mother-daughter relationship, or siblings, or just friends, or spouses. I mean, the first thing that you need is clarity within yourself. Otherwise, your very touch will be destructive. You might keep saying, I love my kid. But if you are an ignorant parent, your love will be very harmful to your kid. Like you said, all these lovely and nice sounding things that we were told, we found that life doesn't work like that. No, that's the point. You become a parent at 25, 30, 35, and you are very ignorant at that age, and then you start preaching to your kids. Are you even entitled to teach anything to your kid? What do you know in life? Why are you teaching your kids? Why did you beget kids, first of all? When you don't know anything about life, who entitled you to become a mother or a father? And on top of that, now you are trying to become the guru. And telling things like, अच्छा करो अच्छा होगा, तुम्हारे साथ सब बुरा बुरा हुआ, तुमने कभी कुछ अच्छा नहीं किया था. It's bad if it disappoints us, but the fundamental thing is knowing yourself. If you do not know yourself, there is no way your relationship with anybody or anything or a thought or ideology or history or future will ever be healthy. It is not going to be possible. An ignorant person is a dangerous thing, made even more dangerous by a relationship. An ignorant person, even if he is walking alone on a road, is a dangerous thing. What if you bring that person to your bedroom? How does it matter you start calling him your husband or wife? He has remained equally ignorant. Or does wedding change things so much? It doesn't. Very stupidly you can go round and round the fire. How will that change anything within? This person who does not know how to choose, for example, an educational stream. This person does not know how to choose a leader to look up to or follow. How will this person choose a partner to spend life with? I'm asking you, please tell me. He does not know how to make choices because he does not know the person who is making the choice. He does not know himself, therefore he does not know what is good for him or her. And this person makes a de facto irreversible choice and says, no. And then he says, life is such a melancholy tale. And he writes poems in his tears and says, "I'm a good man, but life has not been fair to me." The only goodness is clarity. Did you ever try to understand? No. You spent your life based on your experiences, feelings and emotions, never having the courage to look into their genesis, their entire process, where they come from and how heavily they are influenced by your hormones and the social systems. And you said, this just because I'm feeling something, it is the truth. Just because I feel like saying something, I agree, I disagree. Do you even understand what you are saying? Before speaking to the other, would you mind speaking to yourself first? Before proposing to the other, would you mind loving yourself first? Too much to ask. No. No. I love you all. I love chicken as well. That's the quality of our love. I love you. It's such a dangerous statement. Just 2 minutes back, I heard him saying, "I love mutton." And now he's saying, "I love you." Run. Run, run, run. His love is another name for brutal desire. No? There was this song, "I Love the Shape of You." And when you're out of shape, then you come to Acharya Prashant. Talking of lovelessness in life. You have allowed me to hurt you, no? I do feel sorry for that, but please continue allowing me. The day I feel you no more are game for it, I'll stop. Yes.
So it's 8:45, so
Can you take one last one? We started late.
last one question. For many people from this side, we've taken all the questions from this side. You can come up here and ask the question.
I started at 7, ना? आधा घंटा तो और हो सकता है नहीं?
Yeah, we'll take it.
ठीक. मेरी ओर से कोई समस्या नहीं है.
Good evening, sir. Sir, I have a question. I have read 2 books recently, which is *Sapiens* by Yuval Noah Harari and *Humankind* by Rutger Bregman. And they have claimed that when we were just gatherers, wanderers, we were much more happier until agriculture happened and settlements happened, then culture began. But I was wondering if Bandhan begins from the settlements, then do you think we could have made a progress in technology or everything that good happened to the human, whether it's healthcare or anything? Or are you like suggesting maybe the older way when settlements were okay?
I've read the first book you mentioned. I have not read the second book. So based on my recollections from the first one, I'll try to answer. See, and it wasn't so much hunter-gatherer. Where are you? It was much more about being gatherers. Really? We were not really hunters. We were gatherers. Easier than hunting, obviously. Next was inevitable. Please understand. If we were surviving as a species, even by hunting and gathering and all those things, why did we need to move into agriculture in the first place? Why? That kind of a shift no other species has shown. Right? If monkeys stay on trees, they have continued to stay on trees. They haven't become agriculturalists because they are doing all right on trees. Right? And the tigers are doing all right as they are. And the proof of their all rightness, the greatest and the only proof that is needed, the proof of their all rightness is that they are continuing to exist as a species. And that's what is needed in the biological world. The only success that is needed there is material success. Just as we measure our success often by the kind of impression we leave on the world, and nations talk of their success by measuring the average longevities of their populations. No? How long are we surviving? What kind of impact are we leaving? Similarly, the only criteria of success for the animal kingdom is whether we are able to successfully reproduce and extend our lineage. And if that is happening, we'll say we are successful. In Prakriti, that's a way of attaining immortality. We attain immortality in the inner sense, no? If you are a real human being, your inner immortality, which does not have to do with time. In the animal kingdom, they attain immortality by reproducing. Let me have kids, and that way I have become immortal in a particular way. Cats today look much the same as they did 10,000 years back. So that old cat has immortalized itself in the form of the cat today. So since all species are doing well and are successful in this sense, what was the need for our damned species to start doing different things? The need was that we were not satisfied. We did not want to devote all our time and energy just to gathering or hunting. We said we need more time for higher pursuits. And that's the reason we said we should have enough spare stored supply of food items. That's agriculture. Our means of production should not be controlled by weather or circumstance. We do not want to live under the vagaries of randomness. We want to be our own masters. So we will cultivate. We'll clear the land, we'll till, we'll harvest, and we will store. So there is security on the physical front. And when there is security on the physical front, what will we do? We'll pursue higher order things. That was the purpose. So that is inevitable. You cannot reverse it. You cannot say we want to go back to the jungle. And that is all right. You want to save time. You want to do something better. When the Industrial Revolution came, and when household gadgets started becoming popular, and when the computers came, at each of these points, there were wise men and economists who were saying that you would probably have a 2-day work week now. Electricity will become too cheap to be metered. All the kinds of basic tasks will be taken care of by the great surplus energy and the intelligence that we have now created. And you will have spare time so that you can do something else. What that something else exactly was, we didn't know. And that was our shortcoming. We didn't know what to do with it. So we kept doing more of what we were already doing instead of doing something else with the spare time made available. Are you getting it? Huh? The purpose of technology or developments in science or prosperity in economics that is defeated when you do not know what to do with the knowledge or money you have accumulated. The purpose of science, technology, and economics, which is knowledge and systems, the single purpose of each of these is to elevate your insights, to make you free from within. But what has happened is that we have continued with technological progress without progressing from within. So the man who emerged from the jungle is very much present today as well. Just that he has much more power available to himself. The emergence from the jungle was for the sake of internal transformation. Instead of internal transformation, the emergence from jungle has resulted in great external transformation. If you look at the man, dramatically, let's just visualize. There is this man coming out from the jungle and moving towards a vacant, cleared space where he can now grow crops. Let's visualize this man, right? Can you visualize that man? He's almost totally naked. And there is a lot of ignorance writ large on his face, right? He is also carrying a lot of scars and other things. And you visualize the man that you have today in a developed country, and you put the two of them side by side. And you will not find any external similarity, would you? The man coming from jungle, he'll have very, very bad teeth. He'll have a very small lifespan. He'll not have a properly developed language. In his thoughts, he would be quite muddled. You look at this man here, outwardly he would probably be wearing a suit, he would be carrying a laptop, he probably might be knowing many languages, he would be the master of so many technologies made available to him. Externally, everything will be different between the two of these, right? Internally, they are exactly the same. Now this external one, the modern one, the one who has externally progressed, has great power at his hands. And that is what is destroying the planet today. Inwardly, you are exactly still the same man, and externally you have amassed so much power. Whereas you had emerged from the jungle, not really for the sake of external amassment, but for the sake of internal improvement. You didn't emerge from the jungle so that you could collect external riches. You were doing all right even in the jungle. There was no need to leave the jungle and do something that was extraordinary and go out of your way to do something that no other species had done. There was no need. You were doing all right. You're doing all right. But you emerged from the jungle so that you can have inner development. But the tragedy has been that departure has not led to much of inner development. Instead, it has resulted in a lot of outer accumulation. And that's a double jeopardy. Internally, you are a chimpanzee, and externally, you are carrying cutting-edge technologies and nuclear-tipped missiles and whatnot. Imagine a chimpanzee in command of an ICBM. And it could be a democratically elected chimpanzee. And that chimpanzee has the power to push the nuclear button and launch not one but 1,000 missiles and destroy the earth many times over. J. Krishnamurti used to say, at some point in history, man took a wrong turn. Do you see that wrong turn? Forgetting what you came out of the jungle for. We have forgotten that. If you were to lead a jungle-like life, then the jungle is your place. Go back to the jungle. You came out of the jungle because you wanted to no more be an animal, but you are still an animal. Then why have you come out of the jungle? Go back to the jungle. Don't you hear all these arguments? You know, women should stay at home and do babies and cook stuff because that's how nature operates. No, that's how the jungle operates. And if you want to revert to that system, then you should go back to the jungle. That's what happens in the jungle. And often they keep giving examples. No, but what's wrong with eating animals? In the jungle, everybody's eating animals. In the jungle, everybody's eating animals, right? So if you want to eat animals, go back to the jungle. You emerged from the jungle for the sake of a higher consciousness. Where is that consciousness? You are still the chimpanzee, but with a lot of brute power. Do you get this? Huh? And you look at all the arguments that come from the conservative circles these days. All of them talk of all these things. This is what happens in the animal kingdom. This is what is natural. What do you mean by natural? You're talking about the law of the jungle? Huh? We left the jungle long back. We have to behave like people of consciousness, not dictated so much by their bodies. Not discriminating between people based on their bodily characteristics. All those discriminations happen in the jungle, yes. But they are not supposed to happen in people who have left the jungle behind. Yes. Okay.
Hello, sir. I've been following you for the last 5 or 6 years. Initially, I don't think I really understood you. But then I tried to learn a little bit, but then I lost the discipline or the energy to learn. And then whenever I have any issues, I keep coming back to it, and then I keep going out of it. So I guess, I think what I've learned is like in a lot of the my aspects of life, I feel like I'm always chasing validation. And I have never really understood that certain parts of my life, I feel like I don't need validation, and those are not the good actions. And there's certain parts where I feel which are the good things, which I know I should be doing. I need validation, and I get that validation for a certain time, but then I can't kind of continue that action. So I would love to hear your thoughts on this.
You can hear my being on this. I mean, I'm saying something to you that's not coming from any particular textbook or any pre-validated source. How do I know whether any of what I say to you makes any sense? The moment the question arises, there's a problem. You have to be sure of yourself. You have to ask yourself first of all whether you are brutally honest in your dealings with the others. You have to know for yourself that you are giving not just 100% but a little more than that to the other. Now you will not need to look into the other's eyes and beg for validation. I'm already doing the maximum possible. Whether or not it pleases you, there is no way I can do anything extra or more. So if you say I am doing well, fine. And if you say I am doing poorly, that too is fine. So I don't need validation then. But that requires you to be ruthlessly honest with yourself first. When the inner eye is missing, then the outer eye keeps roving. Can you please certify that I am talking sense? Can you please attest that I am not an idiot? Can you please assure me that my decisions are correct? All that happens when you are not talking a lot to yourself. Others should not become easy substitutes. Your first relationship is with your own inner truth. And it's the most powerful source of validation. Others, how will they ever know you beyond a point? There must be people in your life, right?
Yeah.
You think you know them really well. You do not know people really well. How will anybody know you really well? So even if others validate what you are saying or doing, does that hold any value? This person does not know me, but he says, "Sir, you are great." Now this attestation, must it matter to me? He does not know me anyway at all. So even if he is certifying that I am wonderful, why should I be inflated because of that? Are you getting? The only person who can know me well is me. So if I have to ask somebody, I'll ask myself. If I have to ask how am I doing, I'll ask myself. But that would require you to be impartial, nirmam. That's the word from Gita, nirmam. That will require a certain detachment from oneself, a love for truth rather than personal weaknesses. Doesn't matter even if I have won the race. I know for myself I didn't run well. They might have given me the gold medal, but I know for myself I'm not proud of how I run. Are you getting this? The problem is not that we go and seek validation from others. The problem is that we have a broken relationship with ourselves. We keep talking of relationships. We don't talk of the first, most fundamental, most important relationship. All your life you have to live basically with yourself. Even when you are with others, have you not experienced loneliness? You might be surrounded, you might be in a crowd, and still there is loneliness. Not experienced that? Because you have to live with yourself. So maintain that relationship. Do well there. And the word there is honesty. Honesty. No trick, no magic, no formula can be a substitute for that. Honesty. Honesty. All wisdom literature, all spiritual practices, all philosophy stops at that point, honesty. That little thing. Because there can be no proof if you say, I'm a fearless man. How can it be proven to you that you are not fearless? That's something internal. And in absence of honesty, you can continue nourishing your illusions and keep telling yourself, I'm fearless, I'm fearless, I'm fearless. If you say you don't have fever, the doctor here can prove to you that you have fever, right? But if you say you don't have fear, how will I prove to you that you have fear? Maybe I can display that you are afraid in some situation, but you can come up with an argument and say, no, this I was doing just to please you, just to humor you. No, I was not actually afraid. I was afraid by mistake. And even if I'm afraid, that's not my fault. I've been taught to be afraid. So that means I am not afraid. I've been taught to be afraid. You can come up with any kinds of smart or cunning arguments. Therefore, what you need is honesty. Otherwise, there can be all kinds of devices and pretenses. And we are masters at it. Try telling somebody the truth, and the kind of resistance you get is bewildering. Anything can be accepted, but truth is greeted with colossal resistance. And such arguments, you will be confounded. I mean, you might start thinking maybe there is a point there. The fellow might be an idiot, but when it comes to defending his falsenesses, he becomes the wisest, the smartest man possible. Want to awaken somebody's potential? Make them resist the truth, and they'll give it everything they have. Yeah? Be with yourself. Just honestly. Just honestly. Just honestly. And to be inspired to do that, and to believe that it can be done, read about people who lived that way. Or if you are very lucky, live with people who live that way. Usually we are not that lucky. So read about such people. Therefore, great literature is very important. Yeah? Be all right with yourself. Be all right with you. I'm not saying you must not take others' opinions or feedbacks. That's all right. But the primary judge must sit within. You need not look at yourself through others' eyes. The inner eye must be one's own. And that's all. That's all for today? Not really.
So we would have 8th and 9th April as well available for talk. So we'll invite everybody.
What's the time right now?
It's 9:10.
9:10. Can we take a teeny weeny little one?
We'll have a lot. We'll take one question from there. So, good. So we'll have
A little one, just 2 minutes
come
long.
quickly down. Yes, sir.
I mean 2 minutes long from your side.
Meanwhile, I'll give a mic to you. You want to take a question? Okay. We have hands. So.
You talked about know yourself for clarity, but how do you gain that? You talked about know yourself or gain clarity. That's a starting point, but it's very difficult. How do you gain
No,
that?
it's not difficult. We all have clarity, but that's false clarity. So one starts by listing down all that one is confident of. It's in this particular environment that we are somewhat prepared to accept that there is a lack of clarity. But in general, look at the self-assuredness and the confidence with which we operate. We behave as if we understand. We behave as if we understand. So the first thing is to question all that you understand. Clarity means nothing. Clarity is like clearing away everything. And when everything has been cleared away, what remains? Nothing. So clarity in essence is nothing in particular. Clarity simply means clearing away your confidence. Clearing away all the notions that you back so much. You know, that face full of self-assurance. That's the face you need to clear away. To have clarity is to accept that you have been an idiot all along. That's clarity. Clarity is not about knowing some particular principle or truth. That's what I have known now. No, that's not clarity. That's another belief. Clarity is about getting rid of your beliefs. And the ego is nothing but a bundle of beliefs. So clarity is challenging the ego at every step. This is what I believe in. This is the principles that I follow. This is what I take for granted. This is what I say, The entire world does this, so it must be obviously all right. Clarity is to challenge this obviousness. Clarity is to challenge what you take as commonsensical. Clarity is to enter into the zone of the absurd and not be afraid by it, of it. Because we fabricate very convenient truths. And the reality really doesn't conform to any of those. And when those truths are cleared away, what you are left with is absurdity. It doesn't make any sense. So clarity is about the courage to stand, withstand absurdity, meaninglessness. That's clarity. So the question was, how does one gain clarity? One does not gain clarity. One loses false clarity. That's clarity. There is no way clarity can be gained. Only all the false notions and rubbish and beliefs, they can be challenged, inquired into, and rejected. That's clarity. It's
Thank you. Just adding on to his thing. So we all grow up with a lot of impressions, from our surroundings, from our parents, teachers, like yourself. We all learn from people around us and surroundings. These are all impressions that we have in our mind. And now we grow up with it, with the little brain, so-called, that we have on our own. And we put 2 and 2 together and we come out with something. So now this is our clarity, for example, and it's not leading us anywhere
and that's
other than misery.
That's not clarity.
Yeah, so now what do we clear out among these impressions or...
Everything. Whatever comes to you, whatever is relevant at the moment, ask yourself, where is it coming from?
No, for example, now I'm not creating any controversy here or anything, but I'm just trying to say, for example, I'm born as a girl. My parents told me, "Arey beta, tum to hamari ghar mein ladki hui hai." I'm just giving example. Now I'm grown up. I say, oh, I'm a woman. Oh, woman. What is a woman now? What clarity do I get about this?
This question may not have a particular answer, but at least it challenges what you have been fed since childhood. And that's enough. Truth is not a principle. Truth is not a statement. Truth is not some particular golden words you can come to. Truth is about just clearing away the falseness. And it's progressive, which means it is continuous at every step. When you reject what you were fed 20 years back, that does not mean that what you have right now is the absolute. This too has to be rejected at some other point. It's a progressive journey. So it's a lifelong thing, clarity. It's a continuous project. That's why things like sudden enlightenment at a point have no meaning. Enlightenment is a lifelong project. Are you getting it? Yeah. And the impressions that you said. The right impression is that which clears away all the old impressions. And having cleared away everything, does not bother to stay. That's the right impression. To clear away everything, and when everything is gone, you too disappear. So I'm not here to impress you. I'm here to disappear. But before I disappear, I'll ensure, or at least I'll try to ensure, everything else that's stored here disappears. And once that is gone, it's none of my business to keep staying back and make an imprint on your mind. That's not what I'm here for. My job is to disappear. And that's the greatest thing in a relationship. It should not stay in your mind. If you have to keep thinking of the other in a relationship, that's a sign of disease. In the right relationship, the other disappears. That's his job. Instead of the other chooses to ride on your mind all the time, it's a problem.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. And you're welcome to the gatherings on the 8th and 9th. If you can make it, it would be wonderful.